Woo! Good morning. Where's the Ace Attorney? Good afternoon, good evening. There it is. How's everyone doing? I am awake. I live. I exist. I've been playing Cyberpunk on the off time and keeping an eye on Demi. If you haven't been watching her, by the way, she's on Twitch.tv. I might actually put a link in the description when I talk about that, in case anyone does watch the VOD. For the moment, I don't have that. Anyway, back to Ace Attorney Great Chronicles. What? The Ace Great Attorney Chronicles. I feel like I'm having a stroke there. Anyway, last time we played this, we managed to get Gina to finally agree to let us be her lawyer. Finally, after forever. Took forever. Fucking bitch was just like, I don't trust you. Why, though? We have given you no reason not to trust us. Sure, Mr. McGilda died, but that wasn't our fault. We defended him. Shouldn't that have been enough reason to trust us? I don't know. But clearly for her, it's not. Anyway, this is a long case 5, dude. We're on investigation part now. Part 4. We're not even in the courtroom yet. Winterbank's Pawnbrokery. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship! Ow! I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Man, I could go for some of that tea. Especially while working. Actually, is there a blend that helps with fatigue? Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Minus energy drinks. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime, then? Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Winnebank and Gina. But they were both knocked the fuck out. Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? You know what? I just came to the realization here. The two people they caught who shot at Sholmes. Didn't they say they're being brought in as witnesses at some point? What if they claim that they were there to defend Winnebank from Gina? I bet you that's what's gonna fucking happen. If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taken forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. I wonder if that has anything to do with what Cosm was trying to figure out. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Come then, let us not waste any time. So can I move into the storeroom then, or no? I'm gonna have to examine it. Yes, damn. So they are probably gonna be a fucking real big thorn in my side. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said. Susato? Yes, and that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. Guy was shot in the back, and Gina just so happens to be holding a gun. But why was she knocked out? That's the question I'm wondering about. Mr. Winnebank face down on the floor with Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have a right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course, and we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Is it, though? I mean, okay, yeah, sure, Winnebank was found dead there, but... Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. There's the article ledger here, and Mr. Winnebank's notes, and... What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back! There's some writing. Is there? Ooh, show us, Susie, show us! My voice acting has died. Undertale Yellow took a bit out of my voice there. 15th February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited, 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th April, 10:30 p.m. Gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1? Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. How'd you find Undertale Yellow? Oh man, that game right now, to me, is a 10 out of 10. You did mention it was 9 years in development, and to me, that the amount of effort that game is showing in terms of the sprite work, the smoothness of the sprite work, the animations within that sprite work, even the running animations and the combat, they all feel so, like... They're just really good. I'm still surprised I haven't died yet, granted everything I've run into. For a moment, I thought that sake, Japanese word, was the drink. Isn't sake a Japanese, drink? Yeah, no, sake is a drink. It is a drink. It's an alcoholic beverage. I don't know how strong it is. I never had it before. But it is a drink. You good there, Zarek? I thought it was sake the drink, not sake like, how is she doing? Huh? Hmm. What? And is still wearing, which belonged to Mick Gilded. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Windibank just would use whatever piece of paper he happened to have with on hand. But this photograph of a cat, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? It looks like the cat that's at Shone's house. There's a sake English word and a sake the Japanese drink. Oh! For sake. For Pete's sake is a phrase. It's the same spelling. But for Japanese, it's sake. Alcoholic beverage. Hi, Zoe. Are you looking at the cat that's currently on screen? Are you looking at something above me? Is there something above me? No? My cat is... Zarek has forsaken me. Zoe. Zoe, move. Move, Zoe. Why is it that you gotta bite me first when I'm trying to move you? Now you want my pet. I can't read anything, Zoe. Now I can't see anything because she made me go on the green. It looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere else recently. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave us earlier. Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. Well, what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out! That's what she said. Alright, let the cogs turn. It's the same pic. Actually, no, it's not. It's slightly different. No, they're not exactly the same. They're different. Hehe, I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Hehe, do you really want to know? What exactly cog mean? You know, like cog wheels? Like found in clocks, right? That's what that means. It's like a gear. Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Yeah, that symbol. Like it's really a gear? Yeah, it's really just another way of saying a gear. There's nothing, like, special about it. There's nothing... It's just another way of saying it. The cogs of fate, the gears of fate, the wheels of fate. It's just different words for the same meaning. So, Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here in Mr. Windibank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. English lesson with Falky. I remember this song saying the death of the cog, and I got very confused with this word because that word was the first time I ever heard it. And I thought it was a person's name first. Nah, it's just gear, or cog, or wheel, or something. Wow, that's the only three words I can think of right now. My fucking throat is like clogged right now by my nose. Oh, yeah, that's what I was mentioning. The cat is a different angle, and I noticed that earlier, which the one thing that tells me is that there are two people taking the same photo. Ah, my nose! What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Have another look at them now. I guess at first glance, yeah, they look similar. Can you see what they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle, though. But what's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see? No, I don't. Well, I didn't expect to hear there was a set. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Oh! The start of film. Ah, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Come on, Ryu. Oh, yes, that's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. That thing. You see, there it is, just over there. Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost as real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures, even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? You know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon. Bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. I, for one, simply have to know. I guess we're gonna learn. Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? I mean, I see my cat. Well, I just open them and it works. But the reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away what you see with your left eye and what you see with your right eye are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. If there's a stereoscope and a monoscope, is there a Dolby 7.1 scope? Oh my god. Next thing you know, you're gonna make the joke about Adobe surround sound system. Exactly, and in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depths as it merges the two views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Tell that to my one brain cell. Hey, where are my items, by the way? Boop, there you are. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consist of a left view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two pictures together in your head, you'll be able to see depth in these prints? Yes, Runo, you're beginning to understand. And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do that? Just that? Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can, really. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Suzato-san really loves this kind of thing. Are you sure we have one brain? Fun fact about that. If you've ever heard of teratoma, it's possible for that teratoma to have grown a bit of a brain. Let that sink in for a second. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Absolutely not. Cross my eyes? I think I can? Watch me, and see if you can copy. I can't do that. And the fact that they actually took the time to make that animation... They drew that. They had to draw that. Right, that right there, they drew that. Oh yeah, it can also grow teeth and all. Also, what if the person is a mastermind tank? Well, that's not fair, because a mastermind is supposed to be three brains combined to one, I think. Alright, let me try. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Cross-Eye Iris looks silly, but Cross-Eye Suzato looks even worse. It's cursed. Wonderful, now it's your turn, Runo. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try it looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two overlapping images like this. You try it now, Runo. I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Did the print split into two images for you? Now, the next step is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until they form a new single image in the center. I can see it in the middle now! It looks so real! Oh, I could look at it all day! I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. That's not good for the eyes. That's why I don't want to do it. Your turn, Runo. Are you actually going to make me try to do this? Pretend you're looking through two pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Okay, you know, I just realized something. Why are they telling me this? Is it going to be used for later? There, you managed it, so now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. I still like kaleidoscopes, don't worry. So, what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. No, some people find it easier than others. But that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here, then set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back, and it does the same thing, or what? It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We've certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. See, that's the question I've been asking myself. When are we gonna need this? I'm more curious about the stuff on the back, though. This is the ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, having been entrusted to her by Mr. McGill did 2 months earlier. Article deposited in one gentleman's overcoat, and the other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. Yes, for a small box deposited 2 days before the omnibus incident. Did that have anything to do with all this? Hard to say. Look! This dark red smear appears to have been made by somebody's finger. Do you think it could be blood? Do you see any red mark as blood, Iris? That's a bit morbid, I think. But it's almost certainly blood, isn't it? Tisk, 10-year-olds today. So this is the prints of the cat, and it really does look like Wakahai. It looks exactly the same as the first photograph at first glance. I suppose that's what's so compelling. Actually, now we have both pictures. I could have another go at viewing them as a stereoscopic image. So, I need to cross my eyes and try to get the two cats to merge in the middle as one. It's such a hard thing to do. Whoever thought of this in the first place must have spent a long time... Oh, it's on the back of this one. Bring him dead? Oh, for fuck's sake. This is why I picked 5 PM. Because I wanted to see if the internet was gonna be fine. You know the funny part about this is that there's nobody home. That's the most annoying part about all this. Hey, came back! We only lost almost 6% of my frames. That's not too bad, I guess. Wow, I can't even... I swear to fucking God, dude. It doesn't matter what I do with regards to, like, anything. Like, if I try to load any web page whatsoever, it could be fucking Google for all the fucking thing cares. It falls apart. I don't know what to do anymore with this internet. Like, I'm so close to just, like, telling them, hey, you guys are fucking this up beyond belief. Why is this so difficult for you? Boom, boom, boom. Wow, that's a big image. There you go. I have a picture of the cat as I currently see her right now, in front of me. Because we can't do anything until the internet decides to stop being a piece of garbage. do do down bam 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 bam. I've got a cat staring at me. Bam 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 bam. The stream really died for a moment for me. Yeah, did it come back? It looks like it's coming back. So why don't we keep going then? That way it can be hidden away. Ah, God, dude, it's so stupid how much this shit happens to me. I had to F5 the page. Fucking hell. I don't even know what to say about it either. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Yeah, it looks fine. We're still at the 5,000, so we're green. Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday, and we were supposed to be able to see it in 3 dimensions. But for what he used the great big contraption, he used the great big contraption over there. Well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan? It would beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. Wow. This was that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they're right in front of your eyes. It makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Sadly. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for stuff. Yeah, we know about this. Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole. When you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you own them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. Well, one person's trash is usually another person's treasure. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the way of look at it. Instructions from the yard to examine every article in the shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're sifting through it all, in shifts at least, but still. We'll be working through the night, that's for sure, and even then we'll barely have scratched the surface. Jeez. I'm glad that... Oh, for God's sakes, again? I'm not even doing anything. Alright, we're closing Google Chrome then. Fuck this. If that's causing my shit to, like, implode on itself, we'll just have to just close Google. We don't need Google Chrome open right now. What are you doing, Zoe? Okay, we only have 30% of the memory being taken up. If it is Google Chrome taking memory away from my upload speed, which I heavily doubt, there you go. Hey, we're back at green again. Crime and the pawnbrokers. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every copper's worst nightmare, you know? Crime and the pawnbrokers. This officer's been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here. Shh, keep it down. Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here. Really? Then we must tell Greg C at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift. They really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. Yeah, I didn't even realize this calendar was all bloodied up. What the fuck happened? Ah, look here. Oh, whoa. Is that Windabank's bullet? Ah, yes, a bullet hole, and I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Unless that's the bullet from the two other men. Ah, well, Mr. Sholmes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all here in the adventure of Herlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Stylish calendar. Where do I buy one like that? I wonder if they do sell bloodied calendars. What? Internet. Well, he doesn't do it often. It is quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, Reno. Let's examine this bullet. I don't know why it does this so much. Like, I just don't know why. Don't want to. But I've disconnected my phone from the Wi-Fi. Maybe that'll help. I don't think it will. I'm looking at it right now and it looks 0. And the modem itself is still fine. There's no issue here with the modem whatsoever. So I'm just so fucking confused. Pissed and confused. Let's keep going. What's that around the bullet hole? Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Wait, hold up, I just figured it out. Windibank was changing the date and he got shot in the back. That's the only way that could have happened. Aha, I may be able to help with that. What? There's something like this. There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there? No. I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it. You see, when it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no, what is that scary-looking thing? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Huh? Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. I'm sorry, what is that thing? There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see? Yes, how wonderful. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color, so you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at, in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding gray. Where can I get one of those, dude? So, whose blood are we looking at then? We don't know. Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood to a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color, and you'll know who it belongs to, in a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could well turn out to be a very, very valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record. Sample of blood analyzed with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns different colors. That's really fucking useful. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagent left, sure. Actually, there's a stain on the back of that one photograph, isn't there? I think perhaps we should see if it tells us anything. I didn't think I could do this on this. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wondered if Susato-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. You should show this to her before we forget. Been updated. Okay. So I have to go talk to Iris then? Yeah. We have to present it. Interesting. Oh, that looks like blood. I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Oh, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me. Purple? Look at that. Yes, that's the color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? No idea. How could I? We don't have a known sample of the same color. Without that, it's impossible to know. Oh, how very vexing. I wonder. What? Well, it's true that the color doesn't help us. But what about considering how the mark came to be there in the first place? You might have an idea about that. Mightn't you, Runo? Not if you keep staring at me like that, no. Let's try that again, shall we? Well, this particular stain of blood... Wait, you're really gonna ask me who the heck it is? Because I don't know. If you have an idea, I don't have a clue. Iris, you know as well? You first, Rena. Who do you think it belongs to? Purple? Alright, I believe that this is the blood of... What? How? How would I even know that? The only thing I can think of is this window bank. And even that doesn't feel right to me in my head. You think somehow it could be Mr. Windabank's blood? Well, he would have been the last person to have handled the ticket. Sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. But Mr. Windabank had no injuries before he was shot, that is. We're trying to work out who the blood came from, so we can rule out anyone who hadn't been bleeding straight away. Yes, of course. Perhaps it's not a concept you can really grasp unless you've bled before yourself. Funnily enough, I have accidentally cut myself before, but thanks for the mildly threatening advice, Iris. I have to think this through some more. Who do we know who was bleeding at the time? At the time? You wouldn't fucking dare, would you? Rice-fired Mason? You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim? Of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket here to Windabanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at the time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night. That's what I was trying to remember. From a leather glove. Who wore that? Now, I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about, I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGoated had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Nardo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. That's interesting, but why do we have that, then? Make a note of it, then. The blood on it has been identified as Mr. Mason's. So now we know purple, well, assumingly purple is Mason. We have an unknown green, and we have Mr. Fucking wow. I was not expecting them to bring this shit up. Man, they throwing a lot at me right now with this. So we need to figure out green. And my assumption is green belongs to, what's it called? It belongs to, Windabank. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all those hundreds of items to pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it all and have a clear head, if you ask me. But clearly, Mr. Windabank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. I think I got everything in here. Yeah, can we move then? Towards, yeah, there we go. The storeroom. Storeroom where pawned items are kept until they're redeemed or forfeited. It's also where Mr. Windabank's body was discovered. Windabank storeroom. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Windabank's life was taken in this very room only last night. You gotta remember, she's also still 10. Hey, Gregson. Ah! Huh? Wait, Inspector! What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped-up little defense lawyer, do ya? I just... well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. But you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old! I'm afraid this is all a little too much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Eh? Poor Iris. Ahem. Okay, Zoe, you need to get away from, like, you need to get away from this spot. She's messing up my VTube studio is what she's doing. She keeps on finding a way to push buttons on there, and I don't want her pushing any buttons on there. I'm curious what the fuck button she pushed. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you? Oh my god, Gregson. That's not the thing you say to a 10-year-old. That is absolutely not the thing you say to a 10-year-old. Holy fucking crap. My cat is going fucking bonkers right now. Hold on. Gotta log into some garbage. What the heck? What the fucking heck? Hi, is the stream okay, by the way? Is it loading? Because I am not sure. It's been really quiet, so I don't know what's happening to it. Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-dum-bum-bum-ba-bum. Da-da-da-da-da-da. That'll be fine. We'll just keep going like normal. Stupid fucking Gregson. I don't think that went very well. Why? Because you don't know how to be around kids. Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes, I'd like to hear some of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And inquire into how Mr. Shom's operation is going. I get to talk to you? I guess, hey, I guess he has something new to say. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Psha! You've got eyes, haven't you? Use them! It is what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Gregsy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended to the scene. The one and only door to the store was found locked from the inside, so it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing? Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor. Thuswise. I've never seen anyone use the word prostate and... Oh, prostrate. Prostate? Prostrate? Discovered prostrate. I've never heard that word before. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the bile gutter child. Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. No! Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. I thought that was Mr. Windibank's gun, though. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. You guys should take a look at the fries he's eating. Like, real quick. 2 chomps, done, comes back to life. 1 chomp, 2 chomps, gone, comes back to life. 1 chomp, 2 chomps, pop up, back to life. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? The thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well, out with it. Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body? Anesthesia? Is that even possible? It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. Oh my god. Wow. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. Couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently. Oh my. No one knows if he's the anesthetic still in his system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again. Early. The moment he opens your eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. And I imagine with the anesthetic, it's going to take a while for him to come back out of it. Do I even want to? You know what, I'm going to... Inspector Gregson, can you give me your opinion about this, do you think? We don't tend to share sunshine, not with the general public. Ugh. In that case, Gregson, how about some herbal tea? I'm jealous of all the tea he's getting. Ah, lovely. So very much. I really hit the spot, your ladyship. I want some tea. You don't mind sharing that, then? Do you care about anything we have? Nope, you don't care about a damn thing. Alright, let's just take a look at this. Let's just examine stuff. Let's start with the most obvious. This. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once through the heart. Damn! Most likely the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. That's the strange thing, though, isn't it? This must be his blood, then. Ah! I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action. This 10-year-old is very strong. If it's green. What? Blue? So now we know the color of the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windibank's blood. Ah, that throws a lot of shit out my fucking window, doesn't it? Of course it couldn't be that simple. That doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. Yeah, that's the problem. No, but let's add this sample to the others we've already collected anyway. Ah! Blue? Of all the fucking colors it had to pick blue. It could have been open and shut. For us, if it was green. This is the revolver. This is a revolver. A real one. Revolver Ocelot would like that gun, please. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Reno look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we? It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door of the storeroom here, Gina was holding it. That was the same gun I saw in Gina's hands. Finger on the trigger. Finger on the trigger on top of that. Dude, I can't talk. Mr. Windibank told us that he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in the gun has been fired. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. About the chest. Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript was being kept in. Oh! Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles, and subsequently the name of the case episode. Surely that's not what all this is. Sorry guys, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. You must check inside the box at once. Yes. What'd you find? It was there! Iris' story was there! Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believe Hurley when he said he deposited it here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well-hidden frown. A long, unpublished story that Mr. Sholmes deposited at the pawnbrokery of the victim, Mr. Windibank. It's entitled The Hound of the Baskervilles. Are we gonna be able to read that? Damn, this thing is big! Holy bejesus, though! The Hound of the Baskervilles. This thing is bigger than the Goblet of Fire. That's the thickest book I've ever read, I think, to my knowledge. How did Suzato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. I'm never gonna find out. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least that would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Surprisingly, not a lot to click around, huh? Wait, hold on a minute. Click that again? Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. I don't know if I'm gonna get anything out of this, but I'm gonna try. Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. A most fascinating title, your ladyship. And, fascinating. My god, my cat is blocking not only my screen, enough of my screen on OBS to me able to not see, but she's blocking the screen in front of me. So it's hard enough for me to see. Ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-bum-bum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Zoe, why? Okay. I don't suppose... Would there be any mention of my helpful self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship... why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await the publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. You're looking to be arrested, sunshine? I didn't mean it like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Oh, man. I'm gonna present as much as I can. Maybe I can get some extra info out of him, but I doubt it. He's probably like Gumshoes, like, here you go, you get this information, but you get nothing else. Oh? Inspector, what do you make of this? Ah, what have we here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of the office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is a ticket for Mr. McGildig's overcoat. The one that little diver turned up with yesterday. Oh, actually no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to, Reno's right, Grexy. It isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted your ladyship. So, what's this all about then? If I might be so bold to ask. This is a second ticket. A second one? It seems that Mr. McGilded, in fact, had another article in storage here at Rindabanks. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. So we do get... Okay, so I did... Okay, let's see what we got here. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGildig's overcoat. Eh? You mean to tell me... Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. Should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilded had deposited another article here with Mr. Windabank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilded. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. Oh, man. Oh, my God, dude. The amount of simpery. No, the puppy dog eyes. It's the puppy dog eyes. Could you resist Iris looking at you with all full of hope and expectation? With those big turquoise eyes of hers? Would you cave in? Or could you say no to the 10-year-old child? It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go parking. I've never seen this animation. This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles here are only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here, then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in front of the shop, where the forfeited items are all offered for sale. Yes, the shelves are in the front. We must search them at once. You're wasting your time. Oh? There are dozens of little boxes out there, hundreds even. You can't possibly know which one might have been McGilded's. The information's not written in the ledger. Ugh. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. It is getting old. This man cannot not simp for, Iris. Dong. Dong. Big dong. I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windabank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set that out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Gina, why do you have to be so impossible? Don't you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. Why are you both on her side? The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. But we haven't... There's a box to be grabbed here. Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by the original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They've all got little price labels on them, but there are so many. I wonder if the small box this ticket for is still on the shelf somewhere. The box that McGilded deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There are so many boxes, it could be any one of them. Mr. Shome said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than the bank's vault. So perhaps this small box of Mr. McGilded's contains something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked. So then, we need to find a box with... Every box with lock and break them all open. Hi! That sort of misconduct would get you arrested. I won't let that happen. Ah, this takes me back. Been some time since Suzato-san left through me. Got something to say there, Ryu? You got a fetish you're curious about here? Yeah, we're not gonna find it then. Let's just go see Gina. Bum 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 bum. Local prison cell 13, 5:41 p.m. Ah, Gina. Good. You're back. Ah! The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Jeannie? Was it awful? Eh? Oh, didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windibanks. Oh, right. And you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying that I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. I guess we can talk about it all then. Cool. Ow! Cracked my shoulder and it hurt. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you were the innocent of this crime. Are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place, I think I know now why you broke into Windibanks that night. It looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence to clearly reveal the reason, and thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. We found this in Mr. Windibank's storeroom, the manuscript of Iris's latest story. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like, with one exception, the box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina? You who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night. Eh? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Caught. Why don't you tell us what happened, please? There we go. Tell me. Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story, it's the latest Shome's adventure, right? and it ain't been printed yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No. No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on! Of course I weren't gonna sell it! All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, was really there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. She got baited into that trap. Well, when I saw that manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, the lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Windibank's. You'd soon see if you'd add that if you had a look. And we did have a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny. That was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris, that's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibank's? It's like I told you last night. Hold on just a second here. And the time to do something. Okay. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. Damn. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She's got her dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying, stories about Daddy? You mean they're not adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ate all this chummy nonsense, do you hear? I ate it. I don't trust no one, right? And that's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarper. Nah. Even you can't believe that. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. Huh? Are some very suspicious red stains. What? What are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our findings in an area to Gina now. I'm not going to ask her about the representing in court yet. But I do want to show this. Those stains in the sleeve of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? But blood? Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So it could be the blood that spattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night. Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get the result much faster than anything else. Eh? Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. Purple? Wait, purple's not Windabank's blood. Purple was Mason. But that makes sense, because this is Mr. McGilded's coat. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course, the black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we hadn't seen them until now. And the blood is reacting with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha! Yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What? What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this all makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling the story! So it was. Okay. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this was in his testimony. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I was about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? Reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet. No. If that was what really had happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilded's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. So it was Mr. McGilded then. Okay then. Tried to run from the truth for long enough. There's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Doesn't make sense though. Why would he kill him? The only thing I don't seem to have any logic about. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last, and I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? But it was Mr. Strongheart who said we needed to get the innocent verdict. You know, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? No, even I had a doubt at my back of my head being like, I don't trust this. I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to, because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? We were duped, man. We were duped. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth or what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. What's funny, Gina? Core. Sounds like this in the Empire of Japan you come from. Everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at the mess it's got you into, believing in that bog trotter. Trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learnt your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let your guard down, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Alright, fine. You really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Bleh. I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up on that garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I mean, personally, I want to say I don't trust her, but if I'm gonna say that, it's gonna end the case. I'm gonna save. But what choice do I really have here? I have to believe in her. Although I can hardly believe myself that I'm making this choice in spite of everything. Let's just put it down to one of life's little curiosities. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. What? It doesn't even let me pick? Eh? Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Narrow. Mr. Narrow Otto. Don't you hear all what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off my tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and I got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others, but I assure you there is more to life than just than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. Eh? It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? Aww. Finally, something actually fucking managed to pierce her defense. Then it's decided I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern Lot are I don't know what you are. I don't get you. Still never got the chance to find that box though. Gina's taken herself to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Miss Suzato? Somebody is there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey, you're sharp, eh? Oh, it's Greg. What the heck are you doing here, Gregson? I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I heard so much about. If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregsy? Oh dear me, I am most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. What are you doing here, man? How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No, no, no. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived, this very minute, not a moment earlier. That is all, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye, bye and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court, dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart, well... Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing! Forget I said anything! Anyway, ahem, I'm off! Alright, Grexy, if you have to, but let's chat soon. Delighted! Charmed! Can't wait! If you please, my pleasure! It's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. The stupid dynamic between Iris and Gregson is hilarious. Gregson is so funny. He says such silly things. It's certainly an entertaining seeing Inspector of the Police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the court's clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Miss Susato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. Naruhodo. I like that nickname for him. Naruhodo. Except for, I guess Ryuno is good too. And so our investigation came to an end. Susato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Susato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested. All in the back of the news that her father has fallen ill, that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. Pew pew! How you doing, Bomb? I know why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task? It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Susato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? And like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we only see a small number of total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay his eyes on, for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san. I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. cat apparently is sleeping on my bed. It's amazing to think it's just been 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I should be leaving here at 4 a.m. God damn. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible, even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my! I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that we are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. Dang. With everything else she's had to think about? Zato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Man, this is interesting. It definitely... It's got the Case 5 vibes from the first Ace Attorney game, where it links back to a case from, Jesus, decades ago. Years ago. Decades ago? I don't remember now. It was years ago. Thank you so much, Zato-san. I would do my best to use it wisely. Yeah, this right here, the McGilded case, while it only happened 2 months ago, it feels like the DL6 incident. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Notes collated by Miss Susato about the McGilded case that we worked on 2 months ago. Cool. And this case will link into the Great Ace Attorney too. Will it now? Oh boy. Wait, how deep does this case run? Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Susato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait, there's something I need to say. And then she flips me into a fucking oblivion. What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Susato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about the nemesis of a case, or that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. April 17th to small hours. St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Yes, I quite understand. It was a great weight off my mind. Rest assured, I should put everything in place exactly as if we discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam. What is Susato doing in the background of this? Literally nothing makes sense with that. How does she find the time to do all this? When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets, and so began an even longer day than the last, one that I remember for the rest of my days. Trial time! Trial time! 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, her in the fancy dress. Susato. Or however you say it. I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again one day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two! Hi, Iris. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Meow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Meow. Ah, Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What arm can you do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Bruno, Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. What? I always want the bad news first. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and the carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon, so even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make it up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's really. If only all good news canceled out the bad. Man. And look, the trials made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. See? This is such a bad time. Tisk, how do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face. Don't worry, Bruno will show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then, in tomorrow's paper, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno? Oh, yes, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? Try to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still there. Or still here. This morning's paper, purchased by Iris. Gina's case features prominently. Hold up. I want to look at that. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse blunder. How awful. For Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver's Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Proud pickpocket protects plant post-trial. Or protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Jesus fucking Christ. Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great. There's a sensational story lower down on the front page as well. Look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they've been intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Reno? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Wait, that's important? Oh god, what is this case gonna start throwing? Where is this case going, dude? The shit that I have right now in the court record is all over the fucking place. We got something associated with, McGilded. We have another thing associated with, McGilded plus Windibank. Technically, this is Windibank as well. We have something that goes back 2 months ago to the trial with McGilded. We have the manuscript. We have all the notes from the case 2 months ago, which I didn't even look at. Case summary. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus of the day after a stab wound to the abdomen. Details of victim, Mason Milverton, male, occupation brickmaker, domicile East End of London. The defendant was Magnus McGilded. The prosecution attorney was Baron von Zeeks. Defense attorney Ryo Nasuki Naruhodo. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness's testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. And now we have the thing about the paper that talks about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. Since when did the Mental Omega War join in Ace Attorney? Also, I need some chapstick. Where the hell is my pants are the what's holding my chapstick. Meanwhile, my cat is happily sleeping on the bed. I mean, there's my pants. My chapstick's right here. You having a good time there, Zoe? Sleeping on my bed? You know you have a bed you can sleep on? I'm gonna blow my nose. Hold on. Okay. Now that my nose is no longer as clogged. Yeah, no, seriously, this case is going everywhere, dude. I don't know how the paper's gonna help with that, but they wouldn't give it to me if they didn't think it was gonna help. Alright. Good luck then, Reno. I'll do what I can. Hmm? Obviously, I don't know what the law like. I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you more support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny? Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes. The operation was a great success, but Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Huh? Wait, what? Hold on a minute. But we just saw... Now I'm even more curious as to what happened between Chisato and Sholmes at the dead of night. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. So he's purposely staying asleep then. Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina, Iris. Lead the way, Reno. It's gonna be strange. Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from the start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. Hopefully that's enough. The Old Bailey. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial should determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counselors for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, remind me, how many years ago was it you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? And in what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yes, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded, if I had known what a monster he was, I would have never defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands of the Far East, the Nipponese. Man, the hatred, though. What? Did he really just say that? He means you now, Reno. I actually managed to work that out, too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? Betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Can someone remind me about the lore in Mental Omega when it comes to Euro Alliance Pacific Front? Weren't they allies for a good while? Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Yes, they were. Did they ever go and attack each other's throats? Because I don't remember anything of that situation ever occurring. And there was never any, like, situation where allies fought allies, I think. Like, ever. I'm not talking about America versus Pacific Front EU, by the way. I'm talking about specifically Pacific Front EU ever fighting each other. I don't remember any situation or mission with that. Oh, this is a Wait, you're a doctor? Wait, what the fuck? However, the Pacific Front was split into 2 factions, with one loyal to the Allies and the other to China. Okay, yeah, then that one... I don't know, to be honest. Think you could probably make some similarities based on what was going on with the politics here, but I don't know. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. Oh, so this is the man who made the stereoscope. Yeah, the maid is back. I don't understand it. Can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But could I have? Now, no longer is this girl writing. She's now telegram. Or no, not telegram. Morse coding. Women indispensable in society, stop. Female-centric future awaits, stop. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. What the fuck? Is something wrong, Runo? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Really? Funny coincidences like that happen from time to time, don't they? But it is quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know? That's the part that's bothering me. You know who that, guy is? The last one? Did we, He's the wanted guy. That's the dude who's wanted, isn't it? If I'm remembering correctly? Yeah. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, the only one I don't remember specifically is the Russian guy. I'm like, isn't it the wanted guy from, like, Case 2 or something? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Where's the bud? Be right back. There's the be right back. Be right back. Alrighty, we're back. Still bit. Why is the Russian guy here? The most wanted man ever. Why, was he gonna get thrown in the case too, or is he gonna actually stay a juror the entire time? So, I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. Very well, now, Lord Van Zeeks. The court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. No, Zoe, this is not for you. Victim, Mr. Pop Windobank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. No, Zoe, get away from the pastry. It has chocolate on it, you can't have it. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there's a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests the bullet pierced this man's heart, resulting in near instant death. I don't know about instant death, but it'd be pretty close to it. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rise-and diagonal trajectory. Huh? And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Oh. The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Report prepared by Scotland Yard coroner confirms instant death due to a single bullet wound from the back. There are no other signs of trauma. And the print. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. Nice drawings. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop, was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there are only two persons present. The victim, Mr. Windobank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. She was also knocked out. That's the thing. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood in her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as she looks. We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt just because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nepalese friend, it is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. Prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Somehow. Gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pig purse or cold-hearted killer? Here's to establishing the truth. The court would take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand of the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. Okay, then. And the gun. Gun belonging to the victim, Mr. Windobank, that Gina was holding when she was found unconscious. There are signs of a single discharge. This isn't good. I mean, obviously we knew that, Ryu. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Reno. I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windabank on 16th April of this year. It's quite a lineup. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Names: Nash Skolkin. Occupations are baddie. Professional baddie, huh? Names: Ringo Skolkin. Occupations, same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. Yo, is that Waluigi and Wario? Oh god, you're right. It's just the colors are inverted right now. That's right. We're what they call the three Skolkin brothers. 3. What the fuck? What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Core blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going for? It's our older bruv. Lost contact of him we have. So we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash. He is. The very spit of him. And we decided therein what we was gonna do. We was gonna call ya. Big Bruv Sulky. What the fuck is happening now? Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skolkin? And that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Quicksilver. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand. The Skolkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they, these 3? No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered an establishment with an intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove! You mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence! What an extraordinary quinkadink! Indeed, my lord, while attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Oh, so that's why you're there. Of course, Inspector, skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skolkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Because a Skolkin's never Skolkin. Get out of it. What a dynamic. Okay, then. The illegal entry. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gaff's door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, core blummy lummy, we heard a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that nice and quiet. Is these the 2 guys who shot me? Or, well, not me, but shot Sholmes? A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. Is it, though? The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed blocked from the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Runo? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. It was pretty bad for a first cross-examination, but it's fine. I'm gonna press like normal. That's not pressing. This is pressing. Hold it! The front door of Windibanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? It must have been about 1. Right, Ringo? Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Silky? Why are you asking him? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Sulky, me old mucker? Leave me alone. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, had already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. No? That is pure conjecture. Ha, perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. Don't help them, Van Zeeks.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say, don't they, Wingo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. Gods will often present themselves as the whims of thieves, does it? It weren't no whim, I'm dead sure of that. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no way about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. It led us to the bloke that looks just like our bruv. I said, cut it out. Those chips are getting a chomping today. Poor Gregson.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. Governor? I can swear to that. It was, Nash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windibank always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Windibank always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true, I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used in the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful.
Hold it!
You mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. Oh, for God's sakes. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, that of the storeroom. Of course, there was only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When you arrived, the door is mostly obscured by a curtain. Curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, you're turned to rabbit, Ringo. Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. Where do I fall in that, I wonder? These gentlemen are of the latter inclination, my learned Nipponese friend. It would seem is of the former. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So, I believe you all understand the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. It's true, though. They didn't take anything. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon. It was Bedlam soon, as weren't it? Bedlam? What the hell is that sentence? It was, Nash. It was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left, nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence, peace-loving nibblers we are, not blood bludgeoners. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Eh? Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Say it's a lie. They fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway. Oh man, it just fucking revealed it. It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. You shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. A firearm found in possession of the Skulkin brothers upon their arrest. There are signs of a single round being fired. Man, I have a lot of crap in the court record right now. Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Hold up. So, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of the 6 revolver cylinders. Okay, then. Yes, which tells us only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet had hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as you walk in through Windabank's doors. I'll make those brothers pay. Damn. You had way more in Bridge to Turnabout? I don't remember, man. This was Mr. Windabank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windabank always used to keep this gun to hand to his shop counter. Yes, but we only ever with a single bullet loaded. I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles there were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder, trying to keep the articles safe? Kinda hard to know. Details of victim. Pop Windabank, male, occupation pawnbroker on Baker Street, time of death between 1 to 1:30 a.m. on the 16th of April. Reporting party, Rio Nasuki Naruhodo. Postmortem findings. Single bullet wound found in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Instant death for a That word, a bullet wound to the heart. The bullet into the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. How many stuff did we have on Bridge Turnabout? Yes. Here's to your successfully presenting the evidence. For yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. I have it. Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of the rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night. I have it. I do have it. I have evidence of a fire, though. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? Wait. Wait, where the heck is it? Did I not have it? Samples... Wait, is it in here? Yeah, here we go. This is the one I pretend.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth have you there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do, how arrogantly Nepalese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves the witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Oh, well, I'm literally right there.
Take that!
What is that? Explain! It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. From that scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right, and while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes that this credible evidence this is the credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Nah! He's standing in a box! Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? I swear, he never reacts to a fucking thing. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the streets. Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. Interesting. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nepalese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? Yeah, what exactly are you trying to do here? Has been established at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. I was never suggesting they would be the ones who shot Mr. Sholmes. Or shot Windibank, sorry. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Windibank at all. So that's it. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Ash. We didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? We're in for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? I don't know where the hell Van Zeeks is going with anything. Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh! That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. The prosecution has obtained a... Fuck me. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal. I can't say that word. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer to the court, to the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here and here. Why not they put it in the corner next time? Catch the whole store. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. That's a bit of Friar Tuck, eh, bro? Lady Luck loves a skulkin'. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Ooh. Oh, shit. That one is, that one is... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Gina. Jesus, shit. I'm gonna take a drink out of my Gatorade for that one. That's a big fucking oof. Yeah, no, that's, dude. Gina, what were you thinking? Good lord! It's the defendant! And Miss Gina Lestrade! Fuck. Oh, that is that's oh man, that's like getting caught on camera but you're getting caught by a single image. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Gina, why? Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events they unfolded. The court would take this photographic print as evidence and sink my entire ship, if you please, counsel. A photograph taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene a short time before the murder took place. If that isn't an instant the jury is going to set that to guilty, I don't know what is. I don't believe it. Ginny. In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly have killed Mr. Windibank. My entire fucking... I took so many torpedoes. I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a bully bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwan, 1880, don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, the medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron, 6 men all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. And well said, but where are you going with this, man? The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a matter of speaking, yes. That is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir. Like I said, this is going to make... I'm going to have to go through another one of those stupid freaking, I already forgot the name of it. In a matter of speaking... What? No! It's too soon to make judgment here. Status report for the court, man, on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. How is this man a doctor? Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Yup.
Guilty.
Yup.
Guilty.
Yup.
Guilty.
Yup.
Guilty.
Yup.
Guilty.
Yep. He smashes his head to do the thing because he doesn't want his hands touching anything contaminated. Now that's a detail I like. Ah, we're guilty now. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Another one. Very well, the court grants permission. Oh, fucking good luck. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. I really want Van Zieks to, like, sweat. Like, so badly. The same way that every other fucking prosecutor has, like, taken some form of damage. This guy just refuses to take any damage. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. No, seriously though. In terms of the HP bar this guy has, I feel like I've only ever taken off maybe like 5% of his HP bar, and that's being lenient. compared to every single other prosecutor we've ever dealt with in all of the Ace Attorney games, we've seen them we've seen them get punched in the fucking face. We've seen them cower over. We've seen them sweat, like sweating bullets. But nothing for Van Zeeks. Even Von Karma we actually managed to break. But everyone else, no. We haven't been able to do shit to this man. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Oh, God. I mean, I knew this case was going to be a real big open and shut case, but I didn't realize it was going to be that awful. Oh, boy. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketeen. As a housemaid, I should like to see all these, all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth would just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Oh god, this guy's still talking about that. Mine made up, stop, global radio transmission of verdict to follow, stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Circumstances of the crime and evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. That's the problem. The storeroom locked from the inside in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone, and in the accused's hands the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. And the fucking proto. Not to mention this print. Yup. Take from the chap who's seen action on the battlefield. The young girl's on the verge of pulling the bally trigger. Yeah, she doesn't have trigger discipline right now. She has it on the trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear, Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to the situation that we've yet to see. Well, the first one is obvious. If Gina did shoot Mr. Windibank, the bullet wound would have been on the front. It's clearly on the back, so that's the first thing. Even though that photo is extremely damning. You have the floor count, so proceed with the summation examination. Sorry, my cat is currently in front of me. So I'm like petting her ear. Fine! Alright, fine.
Hold it!
Alright, let's do the cross-examining. You're Mr. Natsumi's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, that's a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garadeb house was the talk of the town after that business. Lodgers moved out and I couldn't get a bally soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Haven't had that hard to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did rather a lot, but not for us, that's for dashed certain. Yeah, I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion that being in the there can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. obviously, but honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial, and less to juror number 2. Huh? Wait, why is he paying attention to juror 2? Because she's a very good maid or something? Polishing the bench, I see. Again. A maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to the market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick-pursers, and crossmen, the scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. Jesus Christ. Ah yes, time to fall asleep with Falcon Team. Hi, Demi! We also have Zoe here making a surprise appearance, but in front of the camera. Which is why I like the tracking stops so often. Not because of my internet, funny enough. It's because Zoe here is literally licking her tail in front of me. At least we have people like the Great Detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Unexpected Fennec? Hug the Fennec! Pet the Fennec! I need a... Man, I wish I had a way to redeem stuff to make, like, Pet the Fennec a thing. Pop up, like, a small Nemi thing right there on my left side or something. And just randomly pet the Fennec. That's right, I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Matt's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders, clean up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary mayor of the capital. Unexpected Fennec had a nightmare. She's gonna sleep here now. Well, hey, you're welcome to sleep here as much as you like. Mr. Sholmes? A maid? It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our greatest detective. Minor detail. It was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright, I shall amend my statement. Gonna just curl up next to Zoe. It's a good time to curl up next to Zoe because she's now right there. And if I look at her more, she's gonna come towards me. These brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. Holy crap, maid. I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry? Whether it was the thieves or the pick-purse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind isn't going to be easy. Bruno, it was one of those two brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it? Yes, without question. Well then, I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, do you think? Yes, maybe. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry? What? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. No. But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. Huh? By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we can only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. Well, he's not gonna help me. This guy has been all over the place thinking about that one surgery he did. He maybe thinks he left like a forceps inside of a patient or something. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That's totally passed by me. Or totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country are considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it you think you left behind? Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. That's gonna do a lot of damage if you leave that in there. Surely not. Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what had been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. No, a scalpel... Leaving anything inside of a patient when you open them up for surgery is already bad. But leaving a scalpel, specifically a scalpel, that has no issues cutting through flesh, that is very bad. And considering how often a human moves around, that shit's gonna be tearing you apart. That's exactly my concern, and seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. I'm running out of stuff. I'm running out of people to hit the presses with. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Rural mail streamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cable have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. And we've seen sharks bite them. You are well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up, radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle. I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Excuse me.
Oh no. Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? Think you just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from the crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it would reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. What? Have you got any, Runo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Do I? And I only have the cat images. This is like the only print I have. So why would I look through that through a stereoscope? I'm gonna say absolutely for now. How about this print here? It should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you could do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print or I'll amaze you all. Identical prints? That's the problem, isn't it? All I have is this one. Maybe I should have given him the cat images instead. Wait, you mean one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Bruno, what? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right. Yeah, well, I don't have anything then. Oh yes, I remember now. The print we have from the pawnbrokery is just a normal photograph. No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, you can always show it to this young man then. Huh. I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? Man, I don't even know where the track's going.
Hold it!
Where the hell is this going? Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary? Revolutionary? Why'd you even ask him directly? Da, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. It looks like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day, I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. Please forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time, it is very painful. People do not realize. Though I have much sympathies for these brothers, people say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulking Brothers? Da, maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skulkin Brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Runo? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks like who looks for all the world who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. Can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, and the trial will be over. Well, you know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Man, what am I gonna do, though? I feel like I'm lost. I wanna finish talking to you real quick. Don't spare any feelings, will you? It's not like there's anyone here who likes stereoscopes. So, why exactly do you think that the defendant is guilty? It's quite simple. We haven't been shown a scrap of evidence to suggest that she isn't the culprit. And just as radio waves dash through the sky as fast as the eye can see, so we should dash to the conclusion of this trial and stop pandering to indecision. Oh, Christ. Okay. I need to press on this one, because maybe I can get another one. Can it really show up new clues, though? Don't know unless you try. I don't have a print. I really don't. Unless he wants to look at the fucking pawnbroker ticket, but I don't have anything. Ugh, I was wrong. I can't actually think of anything we could use at all. What? Really? Oh dear, I think maybe I need to have a stereoscopic look at your brain sometime. What's that supposed to mean? Did I press her yet on this new statement she made?
Hold it!
I did. Made in the Russian guy, she hate how they look. She hate how they look, and he doesn't. That's like the only thing. I can't figure out how to pit those two to get against each other. Ah! Let me just, like, throw my thoughts out there for a second as I try to make them hit the wall. This guy is saying that, he's convinced that the brothers are innocent, but they did shoot a man. I feel like if I show the guns, like, is that gonna help? I don't know. Then we also have, this guy, who I could show the back of the photo, but yeah, I don't know what to do. My brain is just not working. I guess I should try pitting them against each other now, but I don't know who I'm pitting what against whom. These brothers are the scum of the earth. And you're right, they like each they disagree with each other here, so that's like the best thing I can, that's the best one I have. These two statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord, counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement, contradictory. Contradict, C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skolkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell me the court, now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. A-B-D. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me. I did not hear. Ugh. Ah, here's the word abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. You thought it was a good idea to let this man be in the jury again? So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying. They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. Da? This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is that true? Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! I trust no one now! It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crimes myself. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes, it is, Reno. Easily. Sorry? With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. That's what I was looking for. I was wondering, like, how the fuck do I get the other print? If you compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Tut-tut, calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers into the shop and I can't fucking talk, man. I'll read. And summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. This was taken after Hurley was shot, then. So, as far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. Bullshit. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. I don't know, there is something missing. I saw it for just a split second, but I didn't get a chance to get a good word to say what it was, but it's behind the book. So the brothers who looked like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understood situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. That's all it took? That's all it took to appease the Russian? Yay! Well done, Reno. Balance is shifting. Well, to start, I suppose. There must be more to what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, I just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, Counsel. Continue with the summation examination. The Soviets have agreed with you. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Cool. Another print in the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. We can, though.
Hold it!
I have prints I can show. But also, I want to look at this print real quick, just so I'm not seeing... Of all the weird shit, why is that missing? What is behind those boxes? Behind here.
Take that!
Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera and window banks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. You know how stereographic images work. You understand the principle. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only with a slight shift in the positions of some objects. Then, when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices a shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So, what happens if these two photographs that were if you use these two photographs that were exactly at the same time then? Or exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh! Of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. Fucking cross-eyed Iris. Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, Bruno. Go on. Yeah, I pointed this out earlier because... Wait, hold on a minute. Not even looking at them this way, it's like, that's a little bit strange. Why is it shifted? Can you see there's a really obvious difference between them? Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. That's not what we meant. Oh, yes, you can see that straight away, but now, try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, you have to cross your eyes and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Do I have to do it for him, or is he going to do it himself? Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Runo? I mean, I know I see it, but... Ah! What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. The fuck is that? Yes, that's it, you see! That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. The other amazing power? Is someone gonna explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of these things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, hmm? The cross-eyed judge. No, dude. I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own questions. Basic principles of the stereoscope? Van Zeeks is with the fucking machine. Dude, the machine. Van Zeeks pulling out the machine is so expected. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see the pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all between the two pictures, this shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their position. Yes, there must have been. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is. Just think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to have shifted slightly in the interior. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter. Zookers! Someone tampered? New information, stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far, stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in the summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the most almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Can I blame them? It could have also been Mr. Windabank, Mr. Windabank, but I really would like to throw the brothers under the bus.
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait, this does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands and Lucy lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is this what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now hold on there a minute, you can't be sure of that. I quite agree, the accused is a common pick purse after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Why are you using that phrase? It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windabank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrange's interests lay within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. The accused is a pick purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact, worse than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. The forehead smash. Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand, and I didn't even expect them to help me. I was asking myself, why do we need to know about the stereoscope? Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Wow, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. The oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal altered in the defendant's favor. Do I start calling the scales of balance that? 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue. Yay, well done. Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Reno. You never know when it might come in useful. Oh no. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. We are getting a lot of stuff in the court record. We are only starting the first cross-examination, man. Lord Van Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. Well, this is the final trial, yeah, but they're gonna be throwing everything at me. And I'm still waiting to see the Reaper of the Bailey like sweat. I just haven't seen it. I just seen him throw his hollowed chalice at the lamp back there. I've seen him smash his fist into the table. And I've seen him throw the glass, or the bottle, rather, at something. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least. I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina's innocent. Do you want to get in their butts, Ryu? Is that what you're trying to say? Do I keep going, or do I go ahead and, like, save this for tomorrow? Good 3 hours. Even though I consider, like... What's 2% of 3 hours and 20 minutes? 2 more parts left. You think we should save it for tomorrow, then? We only did investigation part 4 and trial part 1. Part of me wants to keep going. The other part of me is like, you should take a break, you should go take a shower. Every time I look at Zoe, she looks at me. How long is, Wait, there's only 2 more parts of the trial and that's it? And that's the end of the episode? Or did we get another investigation? Or something. I don't think they would do that. But, I mean, this is the final trial. I don't know. I'm wrong? 3 more parts? Okay. I think it might be a good idea to... No more investigations. Okay, let's go through one more part of the trial then. And then we'll take a break after that one. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. They're sweating so bad. Meanwhile, Gregson's like, it's another fucking Tuesday. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Core, blimey! This is gonna be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was Bedlam soon, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers... Core, blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done nothing before. How'd you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. I'm glad somebody brought it up. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll pee. Illegal entry, the whole truth. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shoot'd come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it in the scarpered, straight to into him in the back. Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So, this is where the part of the story doesn't make sense. It still doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So you admit to the defense accusations. You did indeed ransack Mr. Rundabank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tied it up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbroker under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash. We don't. Can it make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be a coincidence as these men showed up at the Windabanks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. Alright, let's see where this cross-examination goes then. Alright, what do we got then? Press! If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. Why did the three brothers show up at the shop? Wait. Are you telling me he might be involved? There's no way. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Ah, well, that's rotten luck. No, I'm just making a joke. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Right, Nash? Right. More like we tied the place up. Sorry. These guys are such awful liars, man. They're such awful liars. Like, I've seen some pretty bad liars before, but man, they take the cake. And they're not even saying text. They're not even speaking text, for that matter. They're just typing text. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us, yeah. The bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny would have woken up with that bang. Big brother screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That's what explains the broken candle, then. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. Holy shit, dude. You're really mastered working quietly, then. What a racket. Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that. So, in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, BAM! Oh, what? Why do you have something to say? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony? You seemed to react just now when Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's going on in your mind? Ready for your thought. As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. These guys were so fucking stupid. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might've, Gov, might've. Does ring a bell now you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with the testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than than it has Hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy! We'll get it right this time. That's it, yup. It's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." Huh? So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yelling all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from, could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. In the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windabank? On me granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. Why are you swearing on his grandma's life? So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windabank and the sound of his voice? Yes, so that would mean what? What dash what? Any ideas? Yes, counsel, indeed it would. Nah, we didn't know the geezer. I was supposed to deny when the bloke was in the fancy clover giving us the evil eye. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. You know what this feels like? This feels like Edgeworth trying to get any information out of Old Bag. That's what this feels like with Van Zeeks and the Skulkin brothers. Doesn't it though? Doesn't it feel like that? It's like this guy is trying to baby the Skulkin brothers because they keep fucking up. And for me, when I think of Edgeworth, he's always trying to make Old Bag just give an answer. Kinda. Me, on my granny's life it is. On his granny's life it must be. It's a good job his granny's dead. But Van Zeeks is getting results. Oh, absolutely. Can you imagine if Van Zeeks was handling Old Bag? And Edgeworth had to handle the Skulkin brothers? Edgeworth would never be able to do it. But Van Zeeks would get results no matter what. It's kind of like how Von Karma got results from, I forgot the name of that photographer. But you know who. To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy, you are. Don't forget, we tie it up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. The bloke what owned the place was holding the gun, so we should have just fired. So He should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was a sight, eh? Two of them waving at guns at each other must have got pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver at his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. Damn. That someone being himself, of course. No! Windibank! Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. The person was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked its goose proper. But he wished he'd squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." Bet. And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? It was more or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Bam. Kind of thing. Yes. A career in acting very tragically missed. Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. Lummy didn't have give. Yeah, okay. Man, it's really hard to read their accents. I'm just gonna point that out there. It hurt in my brain a little bit. So, you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life! It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up on me. But anyway, the door was locked, weren't it? No way that was opening. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. How'd they know it was locked? It was, Gov. It was. I mean, I guess technically they were here in the testimony, so... Or the stuff. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole, or a spy hole, perhaps? Don't ring no bells, no light. Don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. Still cutting our teeth to this game, see? But one day... We'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. And we still don't have anything, but obviously we haven't... Gina was in there, unconscious with the gun in her hand. That's the part that I'm still wondering, like, why was she unconscious? To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, we was a bit hasty there. We was, Nash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, my mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. Mental note made, miss. Wow. After that, we legged down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or summit, so they clapped the darbies on us like winking. After you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, doesn't it, eh? Should have shot the pawnbroker, never had the chance. I mean, yeah, it's very possible they never had the chance to. And why should we believe that? What? Well, because it's true, ain't it? The place was totally emptied when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor and the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. Correct. You got it, mister. Down to a T. So, the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank? Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Reno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. There's nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's nothing suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be fine. Okay. Wait, hold on. They could have. First off, there's no way they could have knocked. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I read that wrong. They knocked a few things over. Ah! That's nothing. I like how I have this now. You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see? And then, when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing is to get right is the position of 2 prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. We still don't know who the green blood is. That's the part that's messing me the hell up. Because I just don't have a fucking clue. I thought it might be Sholmes, but at the same time I'm like, there's no way of knowing that without Sholmes giving us some blood. I'm confused. I'm confused. Bum 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 bum. I mean, the autopsy thing could be something that puts blame on those two, but only one of them. Couldn't have shot the prom broker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? I don't know, man. I hate it. I hate this. My brain can't think of anything. If I want to pin the blame on... Here's the thing. Gina's holding the stupid fucking gun that belongs to Windibank in her hand. Supposedly that was the gun that was used to kill Mr. Windibank. Which means the shot here killed Winterbank. The shot here was at Shomes. So unless, for some odd reason, these two dudes came in after the first print, I don't know. My brain is not working with this one. I would have had to have proven that these two were holding the gun. Or one of the two brothers were holding this gun. They fired it. They hit Winterbank and killed him instead. No way Gina was going to do it. She can hold the gun, yeah. She's not going to fire at it at him. I don't know. Oh god, okay, what am I trying to do here? Oh, let me go through the shit again. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. Just before the gunshot, we heard her voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." The bloke that owned the place was holding a gun, so we should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Lummy, it didn't have give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it in a scarpboard, straight into the black. Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. We never even had a chance, did we? I don't know. That's the part I'm trying to figure out. Wish I didn't press that. The press was a mistake. Ow. Rocky, if you said give me the gun, then he would be facing her, right? Yeah, that's what I'm... Huh? What? The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Huh? That's already the... Oh my god, my brain is not working. If he said give me the gun, then he would be facing her, right? But what shows where he gets shot? My brain is not gonna be happy with this one. Okay.
Objection.
So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Winterbank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. He has, Nash, he has. No question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Winterbank was not holding a firearm of any description. Eh? You what? Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection.
There could be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused hand. Yeah, that mole tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Bam. Kind of thing. Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the portrayal of the victim's final moments? In the autopsy report. A bullet wound in the back. According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. Indeed, the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah, gah! But it's the God's honest truth. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. How? Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? You guys are so stupid. And I feel like I'm stupid. Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. Nash? Order! 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 Don. Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, it weren't supposed to, It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? Ever so sorry, Governor. Truth is, see, we, Cut it out, Nash. Cut it out. We blab now, you know what it'll do to us. He? Who are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bruv, come on, the game's up. But all we have are guts for garters. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face-to-face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well... Do we have to? On pain of death? I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. I'm surprised they haven't been taken out of court for, I already forgot the name of it. Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. Damn! I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it for the door into the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear. Mr. Windibank chucked that man? So you're telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop. Well, yeah, sorry. Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time, Nash, this time, we ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it! The moment I've been waiting for! Is it, though? What are we gonna find here with this one? Because this implies, to me... What does it imply? There's a couple of things it could imply. The first thought I had was if they showed up at the shop, that Gina was in the storeroom already. Right? Encounter with the victim. Alright, so we just got inside.
Hold it!
When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windibank? Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. Was keeping a close eye on the interests of the gaff, obviously, but we never thought no one was going to come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom? Yeah, that must have been where he popped up from, only place he could have been. It would seem that the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windibank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? What, the mall tooler? Couldn't tell you. No way, Cobber, we had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Windibank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey lummy, a great ugly barrow he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece. What you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at the time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is. Spot on. Then all of a sudden he came at us, he did. It was Bedlam. It was Bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we had it. We'd had it. I mean... I still laugh at this one. He chucked me over the counter. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. That got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. No, in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Oh, big Bruvweir went flying over the counter like a gunshot. I can tell you, then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If he hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake in seconds. I'm sorry? At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There was a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, They ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? No, never. I was just, looking out for me bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened. Don't forget, by a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then ran off through a door and shut himself in. That doesn't add up. Something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him, with a gun. Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and the bruv here... That's right, Nash, that's right, me and bruv here... I don't trust them now with this one. I feel like they had everything to do with it. You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all! Nothing, Gov, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We knew it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good to strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. No, there's a big change here. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. Here's the problem, though, still. Mr. Windibank left the storeroom with the gun in hand, which means Gina had the gun at 1 a.m. They went into the storeroom, dude came out, had the gun in his hand, so Gina doesn't have it anymore. It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? Of course there could have been. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Eh? What? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face-to-face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank, and it is the belief that of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question, who shot the man, could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of two conundrums. Two, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim, and furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Oh, okay. Understood, my lord. You were right, Runo. Not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I could prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where the person could have fired the gun. Could have fired the gun? Chuck them over. Oh no. Here's how I'm looking at it. I'm thinking about it, right? Mr. Windabank just charged at the short brother, right? Threw him over the fucking counter. Is trying to smash him like a pancake. And the only possible spot would have been here. If Mr. Windabank decided to stop pummeling the other brother and retreated into the storeroom, there is still that cubby hole, which allows for whoever is standing here to still shoot through that cubby hole and hit him in the back. Alternatively, the spot I picked here also coincides with the calendar that was right here that still has a bullet on it. This is like the only spot to me that makes remotely any fucking sense. Let me look at something real quick. It's the only spot. This is the only spot I can think of right now. It doesn't make any other sense to me in my brain.
Take that!
The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? So this is where it gets confusing now. He could either have been shot right here, because he managed to wrestle the gun from Mr. Windabank, and they never locked the door in time. Or, alternatively, Mr. Windabank was shot right here. And that would explain the blood, but again, this is not Windabank's blood, so he could only have been in the fucking storeroom. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windabank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to Skulkin Brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled me gun on him and he legged it through the door into the back room. If Mr. Windabank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. If it was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. That's the best theory I can think of. Come to think of it, do you remember what this prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. That's a detail I still haven't really forgotten. That would imply that the gun was wrestled from the from Windabank and it was in the short man's thing. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, he would have stilled into the body on his upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windabank. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. That's the part I still haven't figured out yet. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the storeroom. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But what if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? The only person who could have done that was Gina. There's no other way. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd. Hey, finally he takes some damage. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered this sealed room. For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? What would you... Ah, yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Ah, I see where you're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it. In order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we'd never shoot no one. Oh, bullshit. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. And you didn't even pause, dude. There was no pause. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. I love how Gregson hasn't really emoted anything. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as a dense forest. That was amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll give you'll have a verdict of not. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What now? What now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say, such, what is that word? Is the bread and butter of the street performers in your Eastern nation. But such blatant, malicious conjuring tricks amount to almost nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. I've never... Man! Can y'all stop pulling out bigger words I don't understand? I can read almost every other word, but when you start pulling out words like pettifoggery, what am I supposed to actually say to that? What? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. I'm being fatal flawed here. Do you mean to tell me... What the Peggy fucker are they talking about? I don't know, man. Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failings? I say, Lord Van Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjuring trick or whatever it is to troops on the ground, The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Fatal impact. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets? Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel. Yes, sir. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceeding. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Do we know that, though? No! Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. It just clicked right there. I just remembered during the hospital bit that they were talking about that Mr. Sholmes had to go into surgery. Didn't they have to remove a bullet from that? Didn't they say that? So that would make 3 bullets instead, right? The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windabank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Unless it was stitches, in which case I don't remember now. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. I think you'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brothers' gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means Windabank not shot by the same gun. Stop, only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. You see how many times I take damage and Van Zeeks never takes a single hit? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. Lord Van Zeeks! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbroker in the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. Oh hey, the disc finally makes a fucking appearance. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Hell, we need to test the blood on that, by the way. I'll be taking that whatever it is down to the yard, thank you very much. No, don't! Don't give it to him, it's mine, that is mine! I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to Mr. McGill, it has to be taken in for evidence now. Yes, that music box disc. McGildick's music box discs. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on the account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths in which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. Court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Oh? Lord Van Zeeks, I did not expect Gregson to do that. Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. The government? Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff! The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Hold on a minute, buddy. Oh, Bruno, look! This is blood! Yes, you're right. Just a small spear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Aha! Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still with that disc, Bruno. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash! Poof! Color. What color? What color? It's green again. Oh, what a lovely bright shade again. Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Green. Why? Why specifically green? From McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Runo? Yes, or rather mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to for myself. We're never going to find out. At this rate, at least. Okay. Wow, who the hell's green, though? There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once, for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo. My lord! I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog up to now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh, for God's sakes. Not again. Oh, no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as the defendant's, to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
This is super annoying. This is super annoying. Do I have another summation examination or something now? We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Ark, how dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garradeb's squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined a defendant to be guilty. Judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Oh? It would seem there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward in the chap in black, but when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris? The prosecutor's being mean. Just because Jenny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. Oh my god. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Alright. Let's see what we can do here. Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Ah, well... Are there all members of the British Army so quick to judge? I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world, for now? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're soldier or pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Oof. Well, yes, might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl had already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown it, she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, Or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. I've never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it. Oh yes, of course. We've already, Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. Oh my god. Still don't know what tune it plays though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Gilda's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should examine it in more detail. I have no idea what else to examine on it, so we're good there.
Hold it!
Bum bum bum. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asked me how many were invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose. If there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. third bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? Right now, I don't think I can prove it. This talks about the government thing. This talks about the pick first. Actually, does it say anything about that? Okay, no, it doesn't talk about that. Yeah, I don't have anything right now. It's impossible right now. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt. And you should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. Sounds like a crime scene to me. A third bullet. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? I don't have proof to talk. Like, I know a third bullet could easily be in Sholmes. It's the only thing I could think of, but I have nothing that links to Sholmes without, like, actually talking about it, you know? So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, a left one and a slightly different right eye one. Exactly, then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions. Like this. So, if you have 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them? I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl on the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change this man's mind anytime soon. Christ almighty. I don't know where to begin with that one. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that this has nothing to do with the trial, to be honest. Wait, what? Wait, don't tell me he is... I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What's this fella's name now? Herlick? No, Herlock? No, Hairlock? What the fuck? Wait. Herlock Sholmes by any chance? Yes, good lord, it was that Hairlock fellow. What? You're the surgeon operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right, using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. This is crazy! Let me see, the fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. Huh? I hate to state the obvious, but... Yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct. As is clearly shown in this photographic print, the bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally. Ha! Who do you think I am, son? Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. Found my link. I'm still gonna press it, but I found the link. Mr. Shom's surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. But there's no question that Mr. Shomes was shot. Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. How bad were his injuries, Doctor? He was in a bad way. He'd lost a huge amount of blood, you know. I suspect he was shot at quite close range, too, because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry. Burnt? As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound, which is why I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient. Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbroker's. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. If only there was some expert in ballistics who could help me, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy. So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. Interesting, huh? Well, there's a mystery there that I can link up with the Russian.
Hold it!
What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer, stop. Communications officer? Does that have something to do with the sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable into the sea. Stop. Worldwide communication network. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Stop. Ah, yes. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves are like before, wasn't she? I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. What is going on with this case, dude? What is going on with this case? There's so many things that I'm super annoyed about in terms of, like, how much coincidence. At this point, it's just not... It's transcendent coincidence. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we?
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. A tourist. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. There's no way he's just a visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert? Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, blood of, extreme violent blood baths, perhaps? Those. Extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There's nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please only in Russian language. Not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. He might be able to do two different... Can you pit the same dude against another who's... we'll figure it out. Van Zeeks has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. We're gonna fight back. We need more material. We have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pictures against each other. Oh my god. Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. The fucking aware game. Ooh, a ballistics expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. No sign of an exit wound on his back. We must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Valen. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was a blizzard. I was running away along Mountain Road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow, and this situation was very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullets in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then, where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small, very sharp broke away from the lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. What? Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside of me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all! The shooting happened at a pawnbroker's shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno, where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where is this pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness. I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all the other evidence relating to the case, and personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Interesting. Very well, while extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. Yep, there's a broken vial there. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that! One of the files is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So, that night... The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Shome's pouch, and it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. Jesus, okay, that's interesting. Even Zeke's realizes that. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered, according to him. This changes a lot of things, though. But at least the mystery is solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence. Earliest pouch isn't scruffy. The pouch Mr. Shomes was wearing around his waist at the time of the shooting. One of the glass vials is smashed and there are scorch marks around it. Now, the summation examination. Hold on a minute. Dang. It really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken, look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see. I took in too much air. What the fuck is... What? What the... Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was, do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulkin brothers' bullet! What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch! This is an amazing discovery! What this means is... there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. You found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet! It's time to press that juror again, I think. Oh my fucking god. So there were 3 bullets. A projectile we discovered lodged in Mr. Shomes' pouch. It caused one of the vials to explode, injuring Mr. Shomes. You have got to be fucking kidding me. So yeah, there's an unknown gun right now. Because the other 2 guns, they're spent. So this means that... Right now, what that means is that we know only the situation on one of the guns. For sure. That gun was in the hand of one of the Skulkin brothers who shot Shomes. We have that bullet, we have that gun. However, what's up in the air is Mr. Windibank's gun. We know that the bullet was fired, but was it fired at him? And then we have the 3rd gun, which we know where the bullet for that gun... Well, actually, no, we don't even know where the bullet for that gun is. Supposedly, the way I'm thinking about it is Mr. Windibank's gun is the bullet that it fired is the one that's lodged at the calendar, which explains this green blood situation. But the 3rd gun we don't know about could have easily been the one that shot Mr. Windibank, because the brothers are denying very heavily that they did not shoot Mr. Windibank. They're denying that vehemently. These glass vials are full of Hurley's homemade potions. Homemade? Yes, like fingerprint powder to show where people have touched things. And scent amplifying solution to intensify a smell lingering on an object. That's amazing. They're all very easy to use. There's just one thing that you have to be careful of. They're all very flammable. Mr. Shomes is a walking bomb. Either he's passionate about finding out the truth or just oblivious to the dangers. Yeah, no, definitely the angle that this came in. Vial exploded, boom. Hit some right there in the fucking side. Oh look, there's a hole here in the back. It doesn't have much of a bullet hole, but clearly something ripped through the leather with great force. Something must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Yes, it looks that way. Mr. Shomes and his pouch both took a beating, didn't they? Alright. I got all my answers from this one. That is shocking as fuck. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion, Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It'd be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow, I'm sure of it. He has something different, he says here. Now the mystery of where the bullet ended up has been solved. I feel much better. Let's talk. Let's chat. Then I ask you to reconsider your leanings, sir. Oh no, that's another matter entirely. Sorry? All I can think about for the moment is this wonderful sense of relief I have that the mystery is solved. I need some time to let that sink in before I could possibly consider anything else. Alright, that surgeon had to be able to think quickly. Perhaps we should leave him alone for a while he savors his inner peace, and focus on some of the other jurors. I suppose we'll have to. Wish I had the chance to experience inner peace sometimes. It's not all that it's cut out to be, Ryu. You said I'm not allowed to present stuff, right? I can't present, I can only pit? Okay. Then I have to pit them against her.
Objection.
No, that's a wrong answer. Meh. Sorry, old bean. Can't accept that as squadron leader. What? All fighting for a common cause, don't you know, my chaps? There's no way to contradict one another. I concur, Mr. Foreman. You will refrain from personal attacks on the jury based solely on your own frustrations, Counsel. The really frustrating is I thought I identified a genuine discrepancy there. There are a lot of questionable characters in the Gary Dip Squadron. You might have to listen to what they have to say a few times before it starts to make sense. Yes, and press them on anything that sounds suspicious. That's the way forward here. Guess I might have to press. Remember, sometimes things change and you have to press again. Yeah.
Hold it!
I guess I'll press her. Oh, right. She had a question. Yeah, I can prove this now. It was all baseless conjecture about the third bullet, but now we actually have the third bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Shom's pouch. What? He finally took damage. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Shom's waist before he was taken to the hospital, and since then it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Shom's. It's clearly visible in the photographic print. Ah. 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windibank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Ah. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ah. Whoa! He took damage! That's what I've been waiting for, baby! That's what I've been waiting for! Order! 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 While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. He did take damage in case 4? I don't remember him taking damage like that, though. I don't know, I feel like it's not committed enough to memory, because it never happens with him. As it is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Wait, what? Hold on. But I still have a guilty verdict looming on my fucking head. Witnesses. Governor! Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was! Perhaps we could dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? I don't make nothing of it, if I can help it. If it is it one of yours? Or blimey, Glove. Gore blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone. It's just the two of us, that's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy. That's an head scratcher. Counsel for the defense. Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Maybe I might be able to throw around my stupid theory. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture. A picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear that this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. It has nothing to do with them, but they might have had a secret accomplice. Unless the other guy is holding a gun. In which case, that's something I could throw at too. I think it's gonna be the secret accomplice. On that night at Windebeg's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun.
Objection!
Hate when I don't know if I'm right or wrong right now. An accomplice, you say? Pigswell. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations, yet in all that time there has not been a murmur of a third man. This apparently wraith-like being exists. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. He's not wrong. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. Yeah, but how can I ascertain the identity of a person they're hiding? Well, counsel, I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice, and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demand, my lord, the defense is... There is something. It's this. It's this green blood of this unknown person. And now we've seen it in 2 different spots as well. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, Manipani's friend, despite that swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now, there's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference. In that case, Counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder at the scene? It's inside the blood samples portfolio. The evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. You claim one of these blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one? Remember that dude that we saw that we don't have a name for yet?
Take that!
This is one of them. What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's the bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was an unhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective! New invention, stop. Not yet appeared in stories, stop. It's this, you see. It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Yeah, this is the guy I was thinking of, Egbert Benedict. This is the only one I can think of, because he cut... Oh my god, I just linked it together. He's the one who cut his hand on this stupid fucking disc.
Take that!
The man's name is Egbert Benedict. Egbert Benedict? Who on earth were you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place, when the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker! And remember, he forcibly wanted the music box when you met him. Yeah, he did. Yes, sir? I believe this filthy pocket thief had just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say... This JoJo character. Any music box discs, too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord, that's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. taken from one of his red-handed recorder gubbinesses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Windibank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before in my life. On my life, Gov, on my life. Never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nepalese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. Finally. This is interesting. This is going places. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Nice way to say it. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the bullet. Is this... It's inside the portfolio, right? Yeah, it's in the portfolio. Okay. So present that, and then they will present the portfolio stuff. The proof is right here in this portfolio. Good gracious, counsel, does that portfolio contain the answers to every question posed? I see you share my interest in claret-colored liquids, my Nepalese friends, but... Enough! The court demands to see further evidence. Which blood sample proves the man you identified was the one shot by the third bullet at the scene of the crime? Oh good, it went right to it. I didn't even have to look. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibank's. Which is when the aforementioned Egbert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Very well. I like how the jacket is torn, by the way. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine! Ah! What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. These protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green! It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. A man calling himself Mr. Egbert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone else there. Look at those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi, who are you talking about? It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egbert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Herlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard that name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. You expect us to take you seriously. The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world will turn the same color. Ah, well. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Shom's word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Shom's concoction a load of rubbish? I don't know, I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? We can't let him get away with that. Oh boy. I knew it would come to this. Of course Mr. Shom's invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Good grief! What did you just say, young girl? And in the summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right! Young lady, you have quite the devious mind. You just essentially managed to tell Van Zieks to shove it, and you're 10 years old. A 32-year-old technically beaten to silence by a 10-year-old. Let that sink in. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable! Mr. Shom's partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. Jeez! After that shrewd practice of the situation from entirely unexpected sorts, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination is yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to a fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh. Oh. And with that, we're back in trial. 2 call guilty and 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Hey, 2 times he's taking damage. Let's go. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Eggert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. That's when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Oh, you guys gonna talk? Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Oh? Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam? If possible. Inspector. Me? Ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes. This one, you mean. Of Mr. Benedict. Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5? You don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No! Good gracious! Order! 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 Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in that photograph is, stop, Also a communications officer, stop. He works in my office, stop. Wait, how deep does this run? A very talented operator, in fact, stop. You should be in the communication station now. Stop tapping away on the telegraph, stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yes, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at the London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste, as your lordship bids. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Oh my god. Wait, okay, I was asking myself, how the fuck is the newspaper thing about the government leaks gonna link into this? And now the juror situation is way more, starting to make a little more sense that they were handpicked. Still 2 more parts. Oh man. I'd love to keep playing, but my voice is gonna disappear from me if I go on. We're at 5 hours and 15 minutes, and I was super fucking shocked about the outcome here. Like, my god, dude. My actual fucking god. Let me like take the time to like just collect my thoughts here. I understand. Okay, this case from 2 months ago about McGilded. We know he was a dick. We know he killed Mr. Mason, or Mason. Thrice-fired Mason. We know he killed him, but we didn't know who killed McGilded. And not just killed him outright, like, that right there is one of the worst deaths to go out in a fire. Because you feel all that. And then it talks about the paper, today's paper, about the government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. And then we're back to this fucking music box disc. Why did he need that? I'm talking about Edgar Benedict. Why did he need that? Why did Mr. McGilded have it? What was going on there? The game is literally trying to tell me that this man, whoever his actual name is, he might be leaking government secrets? Like, how far does it go? Why does everybody want the music box? Yeah, why does everyone want it? Gina, I can understand wanting it because Mr. McGilded said, get the music box. But I don't remember what Gina said about what to do with the music box, if that was even mentioned. Why did he want the music box? Why did Mr. McGilded need the music box? Is that why these two, plus Egbert, were inside Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery? Because they knew Mr. McGilded had the music box in his coat. Which is why Mr. McGilded, that means he knew this plan from the get-go. McGilded gets killed in the middle of a courtroom that was filled with cops. Yeah, how? That's the part that messed up with me. What happened? There are so many missing, pieces. I only have so much of the story, but this guy is not a good one. This one is not good. He's one of those, super high society problems. Did the police kill him? Government conspiracy, right? Oh man, how... I don't know where this is gonna go. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's, no good answer that I can think of right now, just given all the context we've gotten in that past 5 hours. I thought we were just going to deal with a simple case that was like, you know, some interesting twists and turns. Never did I expect them to throw a potential government conspiracy. This case has only scratched the surface of this whole mess. Fuck. It's a case that stretches 2 months back. You know what? Credit where credit is due, Ace Attorney. You're doing some good twists and turns. And the thing I'm still messed up about is the jury choice. We have I don't remember names right now, but we have the old guy who's the military veteran. We have the maid who's back. We have the stereoscope guy, the enthusiast. We have the communications officer. We have the Russian revolutionary. And we have the surgeon who worked on Sholmes. The second game is where we get stuck on this wired roller coaster full throttle. Oh, for God's sakes. And here I thought I was going to be having some simple cases. Also, I like how in every case so far, Lord Strongheart has been prominently mentioned in most of them. Anyway, we'll pick this up hopefully tomorrow. I don't know where this is going. I don't know where this is gonna go. My brain, it's up in the air. It's so up in the air. My God. Think about this. Think about this. A Russian who's an expert on guns, a surgeon, a telecommunications officer, who works with the mysterious person. It's coming all together, and I'm starting to feel like Sholmes and Susato had like one big workaround that they were trying to accomplish. That, and Miss Susato was working with Mr. Strongheart about it too. I don't know. I'm just guessing. I'll figure it. I don't know anything else about this game right now. I actually know nothing about this game. Is there a person on the government working with us? Maybe Strongheart? Sholmes at best? Susato probably, because she would have been working with Kazuma, which we still never figured out what the heck that case with Kazuma was about, which might have to do with this entire government like conspiracy thing going on. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely some thoughts to work with, huh? Definitely some thoughts you gotta consider. Who knows? Maybe we can meet the queen. Ha! Oh man, would they even be allowed to do that? I have no idea. Alright, I'm gonna call it a day then, because this is... What a bunch of turns, man. I don't even think, Van Zeeks knows what's going on anymore. Like, where's it going? He's just trying to get the guilty verdict on Gina, but we're starting to uncover something a lot worse. A lot worse. Damn. Okay, then. I can live with that. Alright, with that being said, I implore everyone who came to watch, come join the Discord server, subscribe to the YouTube channel, follow on Twitter, even though I didn't post anything on Twitter about the stream today. Also follow Nemi, who's on Twitch. And, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. We will pick this up tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to being able to pick this up tomorrow. I hope Van Zeeks works with me with trying to uncover the truth. Alright, with that said, I wish everyone a good morning, a good afternoon, a good evening, and a good night. And I will see you tomorrow for more Ace Attorney Chronicles, where we try to uncover a government conspiracy theory. Alright, with that done, I'm out. Bye-bye!